and former Force Commander, Multinational Joint Force. Please, a round of applause for him. Former Director, Department of State Security, Mr. Mike Ejiofor. Please, a round of applause for him. Controller and former Provost Marshal, Nigerian Immigration, MM Fage. He'll be joining us on Zoom. Deputy Controller of Nigerian Customs Service, Edo Delta Command, Emmanuel Lawrence. He will also be joining us on Zoom. Please, a round of applause for him. Commandant, Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, Edo State Command, Mr. Dan Samuel Okon. Thank you very much. Major General A.C. Nelson Williams, retired, the former Chief of Defense Staff, Sierra Leone. Please, a round of applause for him. He'll be joining us on Zoom also. The principal officers of the university, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Professor Raphael Iminosa Adege. He is a professor of finance and accounting, fellow Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria, fellow Assistant of National Accountants of Nigeria, and member Institute of Cost Management. Please, a round of applause for him. Deputy Vice Chancellor, Chief Medical Director, Benue University Teaching Hospital, Professor Godwin N. Bazwaye. He is a professor of hematology and pioneer of the first successful stem cell transplant for the cure of sickle cell disease in Nigeria. Please, a round of applause for him. The Registrar and Secretary to Council, Friday Benji Bakara Esquire. The University's Bossa, Mr. Emmanuel Leosa Imapidon, fellow Chartered Accountants, ACTI. The University Librarian, Dr. Lucky Tijani Abdul Salame. Please, a round of applause for them. Deans and Provosts of Igmedo University, Okada. Provost Alayoluwa Obaokinodo Sijuado Olubosi II, College of Health Sciences, Professor Jacob Unuigbe. Dean School of Postgraduate Studies and Research, Professor Deborah Ometefe Odejimi. Dean School of Clinical Medicine, Professor Dominic Osagai. Dean School of Basic Medical Sciences, Professor Sunday Josiah. Acting Dean School of Basic Clinical Sciences, Dr. A.S. Benabo. Acting Dean, Dr. Gulok Ebele Jonathan, College of Arts and Social Sciences, Dr. Blessing Oluigbi. Dean Sanusi Lamido Sanusi, College of Business Management Studies, Professor Damian Mbaibu. Dean Obadelton Enuton Ogunwosi Ojaja II, College of Natural and Applied Sciences, Professor Longinus Anyanwu. Acting Dean General Abdusalami Abubakar, College of Engineering, Dr. Roland Azike. Dean of Iredua College of Law, Dean Dorakuni College of Pharmacy, Professor Igodaro Igbe. Acting Dean Student Affairs, Mr. Kennedy Igbinedion. All members of Senate here present. Directors and heads of units. Director, Center for Intellectual Property and Technology Transfer, Professor Charity Maviwe. Director, Center for Presidential Studies, Professor Adelu Akande. Director, Center for Energy Studies, Dr. Patrick Tolani. Director, Center for Linkages and Exchange Program, Professor Nnamdi Nwadu. Director, Buratai Center for Contemporary Security Studies, Professor Femi Olufimilade. He also doubles as the moderator of this occasion. Director, Animal House Laboratories and Research Ethics Center, Professor Peter Aziba. Director, Center for Climate Change and SDGs, Dr. Spencer Wangu. Director, Window on America, Dr. Georgina Irefita. For Entrepreneurship, Mrs. Mary Josiah. Director, Academic Planning, Dr. Mrs. Angela Idonije. Director, Alumni Advancement Center, Mr. Daniel Igbinodum. Director, GST, Dr. Eddie Aigbakon. Director, ICT, Dr. Ralph Asibo. Head of Works and Services, Engineer Izegben Isohen. Head Human Health Units, Reverend Festus Osaseri, who also doubles as the chaplain of the Chapel of Grace. All officers of security agencies here present, gentlemen and ladies of the press, all participants online via Zoom, Skype, and Facebook, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am Dr. Christian Chinedu Demelam, the Department of Mass Communication. It's my pleasure to compare this program. Thank you very much. To take us further in the proceeding, establish some protocols that will assist us have a seamless congregation. There should be minimal movement around the hall during the proceedings, especially during the keynote addresses. All phones are to be on silence mode throughout the program. And in case you need to make use of our conveniences there are in this facility, the auditorium. In any case, the ushers are there to assist you if the need arises. May I also request that all cameramen please stay out of the view of participants so that they can have the full benefit of the program. Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure at this moment to invite the university's Vice Chancellor, Professor Lawrence Ikechumi, to give his welcome address. Thank you, sir.
Please be seated. Please be seated. Thank you. The keynote speaker, our guest speakers, principal officers of the university, very distinguished speakers that are participating currently virtually, beloved, well-behaved, articulate, future leaders and students of Igbenedion University. I welcome you. IUO. I'm not sure you heard that I introduced you that form. IUO. IUO. Members of the press. To welcome you all to this very important event. That's the roundtable on enhancing national security through interagency cooperation. And incidentally, this is being hosted by the Igbenedion University Buratai Center for Contemporary Security Affairs. Our profound gratitude goes to Almighty God for making this day possible and for granting all our speakers that have come from different parts of this country join the glory for today. The theme of today's roundtable was carefully chosen in recognition of the crucial role of synergy among defense and security agencies in securing our country against domestic and external threats. The importance of synergy all the more underscored by the realization that the nature of emerging security challenges facing Nigeria and indeed other nations of the world dimensional. It is also unique and disastrous in different forms. Therefore, it will require the skills and competencies which no single security agency may possess. Interagency cooperation thus becomes a sine qua non. I dare say it is now a desiderandum. It's a mandate for which we cannot all shy away from. While this realization of the need for the interagency cooperation is clear and obvious, it cannot be said that we have harnessed in the fullest, as far as this country is concerned, the benefits associated with such synergy. From time to time, we have experienced security breaches that would have been nipped in the bud, if only there was a robust synergy amongst the relevant agencies, and of course, among the populace too. The objective of this roundtable, therefore, is to create a forum I dare also to describe them as veterans and doyens in the field, to beam their searchlight on the perspective of the subject matter. It is our firm belief that such a platform as this will go a long way to enrich the current debate on the subject and also prefer long-lasting solution. Towards this end, we are privileged to have a former Inspector General of Police, Dr. Solomon Arase here, a friend of the university, a worthy resource person of the Buratai Center for Contemporary Affairs, and he's here, yeah. And he's here to deliver the keynote address. I'm always very amazed at the simplicity of Dr. Solomon Arase. I remember when I was Deputy Vice Chancellor at the University of Benin, I had to pay a courtesy call to him while he was in office. High office, Inspector General of Police. Not only was the invitation granted, but reception. Humility. That's Solomon Arase. Will you believe that an Inspector General of Police left his office and walked people who have come to see him, pay a courtesy call on him, walked them down? He deserves another round of applause. Another distinguished discussant today is Major General J.J. Ogulade, retired. He's a doctor and alumnus of this university. He's the former GOC 8th Division of the Nigerian Army and the former commander multinational joint task force located in Chad. So each time during our convocation, we talk about blue sky graduates. It is for real, and it's a clear testament of the kind of graduates that we big. And I'm sure at the end of time, you all will not only be future ready, but you also be a testament of fully prepared graduates that will turn the world around. We also have a seasoned intelligence operative, a retired director of the Department of State Services, DSS, Mike Ejiofor. I was just telling the management team today that anytime I come late for management meetings, they should know that it's either Mr. Mike Ejiofor is running some security complement or commentaries in AIT or channels. Very vast, very intelligent, and very cerebral human being. We have representatives from the Nigerian Customs, Immigration, and Civil Defense, who again will broaden the scope of presentation. Let me seize this opportunity to inform us that the Buratai Center for Contemporary Affairs has a governing board, which comprises the representative of the Nigerian Army, the Immigration Services, the Customs, the Director of DIA, Defense Intelligence Agency, the Civil Defense, the Nigerian Police, and members of the board are here. At appropriate time, they will be introduced, representing their principals. Meanwhile, the Benin University Okada, through its Buratai Center for Contemporary Security Affairs, is emerging threats that are novel in nature through research and training of defense and security personnel. As a matter of fact, what we are doing in this university is to mainstream research and teaching security issues and affairs into our university curriculum. The ultimate aim is to equip security practitioners on the African continent, coping effectively with the multifarious contemporary security challenges that pose serious threats to the peace and well-being of the society. The center's vision is to foster peace and safety in Africa through security training and cutting-edge research in partnership with stakeholders across the continent. No wonder why we have Major General, a former High Commissioner of Sierra Leone in Nigeria, who will be speaking to us from Sierra Leone, and because we want to hear the African perspective. It is our belief that the center will continue to foster sustainable teaching and research. Its mission is also to develop a continental pool of security practitioners who will proactively deploy their skills to curb the spate of violence and insecurity in Africa. This is premised on the understanding that the nation's security agenda requires collective efforts for meaningful results. Let me at this point pause to give our commendation, thanks, and gratitude to Ambassador General Tukur Yusuf Buratai, who, during his tenure as the Chief of Army Staff, engaged the Nigerian Army to design, build, and equip the Buratai Center, which is now in Igbenedion University. We thank him very much. Similarly, beyond security affairs, the university has been in the forefront of championing higher education revolution in Nigeria through innovation, entrepreneurship, bespoke research. All of them are in tandem with the university's motto, which is knowledge and excellence. We pride ourselves as a smart campus, center of excellence, cosmopolitan in nature, producing future-ready graduates who are blue skies, and of course, producing world-class professionals. Our pedigree spans our pedagogical profile. Our pedigree spans our pedigree is also embedded in the kind of qualified lecturers and professionals we have in this university. Through program growth and development, as well as outstanding achievement, Igbenedion University has become a point of reference in the rejuvenated Nigerian education, particularly being the first attempt, the courageous effort to delve and have an incursion into private sector education regime. Our university still remains the very first private sector-driven educational. And in this way, since we are still in this mood of the joyful celebration of the 88th birthday celebration of our Honorable Chancellor, can we be upstanding and give him a round of applause to the glory of God? Thank you very much. Thank you. Finally, I would like to reiterate that the current efforts to interrogate the nexus between national security and interagency collaboration in our university is our university's modest contribution to knowledge generation and application. And this is in tandem with the pillars of the university's mandate, especially in the areas of contemporary security affairs, pertains matters that are vital to all and sundry. I have the pleasure now to declare this high-level roundtable open. Thank you.
Thank you. You may be seated. That was the Vice Chancellor's welcome address and of course an opportunity which he used to declare this very important meeting open. Please a round of applause for the Vice Chancellor. Thank you very much, sir. At this juncture, may I inform this distinguished gathering that this event is honored to have a distinguished Nigerian present the keynote address. I will want to invite the University Orator, Professor George Izebua, to read his citation. Thank you very much. Professor George Izebua, please.
Okay. Our distinguished keynote speaker is already standing. Citation on Dr. Solomon Ehigiato Arase, Inspector General Police, retired, who will be giving us today the keynote address on the occasion of the roundtable discourse on enhancing national security through interagency cooperation. Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir, kindly permit me to adopt the existing protocol credibly established by our own Chris Odemela. Chairman, sir, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the age-long truth that our country, Nigeria, is blessed with great human resources is reflected in the life, career, and time of a man of honor and distinction, Dr. Solomon Ehigiato Arase. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and particularly Mr. Chairman, sir, may I crave your indulgence most passionately to allow me give an executive summary of the profile, the citation of this great Nigerian. Because when I read through his profile, it spanned into hundreds of pages. And I can only do justice to my assignment today by the permission of my VC to just give a brief of what this great man, a solicitor and advocate of the Supreme Court of Nigeria, Dr. Solomon Arase. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Solomon Ehigiato Arase, as he's fondly called, was the 18th Inspector General Police, retired from the Nigerian Police Force some 6 years ago, and at 66, he's still strong, looking more handsome, and of course, evergreen as usual. Solomon Arase is a man of amiable disposition and friendliness. Born on the 21st of June, 1956 in Owan West Local Government, Edo State in southern Nigeria, he attended Ahmadu Bello University for his undergraduate study and graduated with a best degree in political science in 1980. Not done with his quest for knowledge, he was recruited into the police, Nigerian police, a year after, on December 1st, 1981. He went to the University of Benin, where he obtained his LLB degree in law. His quest further. He got his master's at the University of Lagos and eventually his PhD in law. As stated earlier, he has been called to the Nigerian bar as solicitor and advocate of the Supreme Court of Nigeria. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, while in police service, Arase served in various capacities, including being Commissioner of Police in Akwa Ibom State, as well as serving intelligence gathering unit as an Assistant Inspector General of Police. He's a fellow of the Nigerian Defense Academy and has served in Namibia during the United Nations peacekeeping operations. Arase, as he's fondly called by his friends, retired from the police force on June 21st, 2016, and on retirement, President Muhammadu Buhari appointed him as chairman of the task force responsible for the implementation of State Anti-Community Development Association law in Edo State. Listen to what this day said about him during his 66th birthday. And that was is credited to Erasmus Ahide. He said, he's a man with little patience for slackers and slobs. Arase is an exceptional individual who is stickler for rules, regulations, and institutional building and responsibility. I think he deserves more round of applause on this. Mr. Chairman, sir, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Solomon Arase is an accomplished barrister at law and the principal partner in the law firm of Solomon Arase and Associates, which began operation after his retirement. For those of you who might want to go into investigation, it was after he retired, he started his law practice. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in 2018, 2 years after retirement, the Guardian newspaper in Nigeria wrote about this nobleman. Let's hear what the Guardian has to say about him. Arase would not be easily forgotten in the police force, as his enviable tact, humility, diplomacy, and knowledge of statecraft put him in his own word as an uncommon super cop. Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir, your administration would not have made a better choice than to invite a super cop in the rank of Solomon Ehigiatu Arase to present a keynote address on a critical and germane topic as enhancing national security through interagency cooperation, a discussion whose time has come. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may I with pleasure invite to this podium our very distinguished Solomon Arase, doctor, to deliver his keynote address. Thank you, sir.
My dear brother and friend, the Vice Chancellor of the university, the management team, let me align myself with the already established protocol. And Mr. Orator, thank you for the kind words you say. Since I retired, I found, I identified my paths. And it has given me great joy, both nationally and internationally. Whenever I have opportunity to share my thoughts, with such a distinguished audience like this. So I'm very, very happy to be here. I was here in 2018. I think this is my second time I'm coming here to come and deliver. I feel most honored and privileged to be invited as the keynote speaker to the roundtable by Igbinedion University Buratai Center for Contemporary Security Affairs on the theme, Enhancing National Security Through Interagency Collaboration. I am delighted that the university has established a Center for Contemporary Security Affairs, especially as this is one of the outcomes of my presentation and recommendation when I was here sometimes in 2018. The setting up of the center is quite auspicious and proactive in view of the peculiar security challenges that have sometimes bedeviled Nigeria as a nation. The theme cannot be more apt, as the causes of protracted insecurity in the country are identified to include unhealthy interagency rivalry, multiplicity of security forces, agencies. Is not the cause of the rivalry. Even in well-designed political system, the responsibilities of authorities will overlap, which means that a certain amount of cooperation must exist. Development and implementation of public policy often requires multilateral cooperation that blurs or eliminates traditional boundaries or jurisdictions. However, divergent organizational goals and operational routines can make policy implementation difficult, and therefore a more formal cooperation process is required. Interagency cooperation becomes imperative when a single agency, such as the police, cannot adequately address a constitutional responsibility such as provision of internal security. This requires that all relevant agencies must seek to promote cooperation in order to achieve successful security policy implementation. This therefore requires a review of the existing national security policy and the very architecture that constructs all military and paramilitary agencies as equal partners in security. The concerns, which I must say are well-founded, are connected to the effect that interagency rivalry has an internal security coordination. This concern is not peculiar to Nigeria alone. It is a phenomenon noticeable among security agencies, even in the advanced democracies. In the United States, for example, weak interagency cooperation and collaboration, which manifested in the failure of strategic security institutions to share intelligence and collaborate, accounted for the 9/11 terror attack, which has been described as the worst but most preventable attack on their homeland since World War II. They recently celebrated that in the United States of America. Everybody knew, all the security agencies, they had an idea that something was going to happen. They had snippets of information here and there. But just as we were saying, the rivalry, they were not able to coordinate until it happened. In an essay titled Emergency, Thomas drew on his first-hand experience as US ambassador for counter-narcotics and justice reform in Afghanistan to highlight how interagency rivalry and poor coordination accounted for security failings in Europe, Afghanistan, and the US. He coined the word uncoordinated lack of action. To capture this untidy situation, in essence, the challenge of interagency rivalry must be seen and acknowledged as a global challenge which haunts internal security of modern states. So it's not something that we can situate only within our own jurisdiction. It is something that is, universal. This raises on questions of whether there is something intrinsic about the practice of security that engenders competitive rather than contemporary relationship, or whether the reality of interagency rivalry is a mere manifestation of the human instincts bordering on innate urge to excel over and above one's peers. In other words, is interagency rivalry an individual or an institutional thing? All of us who are seated here, we all believe that, our intellectual and experiential, assets, that you are the best. But where your knowledge stops, that is where the knowledge of the other person starts. So it is an intrinsic something. So ladies and gentlemen, it is my firm submission that to clearly dissect this challenge and advance workable solutions, these fundamental considerations must be researched. It's a researchable topic for those people who are going to be who are going to do some research in that world. That is an area where, most individuals, even within an organization, you always think that you are the best, but not necessarily so, because we are all the best, especially when our efforts are put together as one. So this roundtable may provide an opportunity to explore these propositions. And this undoubtedly is where we should tax our intellectual and professional potentials as participants at this roundtable and as security practitioners in strategic leadership position within the relevant agencies. Conceptual clarifications. For the sake of this an intellectual environment. So we must be able to situate what we are talking about within a framework so that it will make more intellectual sense to you people. In a discourse of this nature, we need to clarify key concepts in order to secure basic recurrent nomenclature from deficits. In its literal sense, the meaning of security includes protection of a person, building, organization, or country against threats such as crime or attacks of foreign countries. It is stated to refer to a state of being secure, especially from danger or attack. In this ordinary context, security is an evolution of freedom from danger, attack, and risk of threats. The traditional usage of security has since, it has metamorphosed. While a lot of people, they see security as state security, protection of, the government, persons, elites, and all those type of things, it has now moved, to include other things that has to do with human security, psychological security, environmental security, military security, territorial, political, cultural. Security has now extended to those areas. So it depends on which of them you're talking about when you're talking about security. So it's not more limited to when you're talking about state security, when you're talking about security. From the foregoing, the concept of national security enlarges over time, and indeed is still enlarging, especially so in the context of talking about internal security as any form of threat to peace, law, and order in any nation is security or insecurity. The phrase interagency cooperation is sometimes couched as interagency synergy. So you can use them, interchangeably. It could be cooperation, it could be synergy, it could be collaboration, depending on, which one, what's the terminology that you feel more comfortable with. According to Welch, interagency cooperation exists when two or more organizations that share a problem area agree to deal with the issue of establishing a link via formal contacts that provides for resources and for the adjusting of internal and external procedures to adequately support the new arrangements. Interagency cooperation refers to the acts of promoting active working relationship among multi-security agencies with a view to improving process outcomes at a reduced cost. So when we share, our knowledge, our intellectual property, it reduces, areas of wastages. So what are the typologies of interagency coordination? Interagency cooperation presupposes coordination security-related matters among different agencies. It could be intergovernmental. It could also be vertical coordination. I'm glad my brother in the DSS is here. One of the problems, practical realities we've always had, is that if somebody from the DSS has an information in Edo State about a likely breakdown of social disorder, what we usually do is for him to pass that information first to the headquarters to get to go ahead before they now share with the commissioner in Edo State. So the vertical and horizontal interagency collaboration is distorted because before the approval comes in from wherever it's coming from, what you are trying to prevent must have happened. So those are part of the issue I think this workshop will be able to address as we go ahead. There's also what they call intersectorial, coordination and public-private coordination. The public-private coordination is exactly what, the universities they usually do, where their intellectual assets are placed at the disposal of public, private individuals for them to, use it to generate, what you call intelligence. So what is the justification? Let me quickly mention that in Nigeria, security is situational. What I mean by situational is that when you want to talk about the typologies of crime, you can geolocate it in the country. The Northeast, what are those prevalent types of crime that they have? If you come down to the Northwest, if you come down to the North Central, if you come down to the South, if you come down, then there are areas where they intertwine, the crimes that you have in those locations, they can be replicated in other locations. So you have to understand what you are dealing with before you are able to prefer, strategic approach into dealing with them. So that is why it's always very necessary for you to have, you have to be mentally mobile, for you to be able to identify and other type of thing. And you'll discover that the approach of every state government is determined by if the Southwest has been able to come together to get a common security architecture in place. What it means is that what happens is that you have dispersal of crimes. So now they are now dispersing crime from the Southwest to the areas in the South that don't have those same, mechanisms to deal with them. Have I communicated? Good. Justification for interagency collaboration. There are several grounds to justify adoption of interagency cooperative approach to overcome security, shift from physical to comprehensive security, and hence multidimensional peacekeeping approach towards dealing with security. Challenges to national security have expanded significantly from the traditional state-based threats, reminiscent of the Cold War era, to include unconventional threats from non-state actors. You will now agree that the existential threats that we are confronted with these days, most of them are not from what you used to have as conventional states, country by country fighting themselves, but non-state actors have also taken over, so when you have bandits, when you have terrorists, when you have headers from our classes, what you're talking about, you're not talking about conventional insecurity, you're talking about non-state actors taking the initiative away from states to now deal with issues of insecurity. So new threats are diffuse and ambiguous and include terrorism, cyber attacks. I'm sure you must have heard about cyber attacks, drug trafficking, infectious diseases, and energy threats. All these arise from multiple sources, and because they are interrelated, so no one agency can actually deal with those issues as they occur. You are in government. Those of you who have worked in government, you see when you do your budgetary allocations, you say, oh, this is exactly the amount you think you can use to make sure that the police functions very well. The DSS also does the same thing. The military also do the same thing. And the government says, oh, you see, because of contending demands, we don't have sufficient funds. So what we are going to give to you is what is called envelope budgeting. So we give you what we have. So when you have such constraints, it is necessary that you pull your resources together and deal with it. And that is why this interagency cooperation is very, very necessary. It prevents duplications and gaps in national security efforts. So when you find some agencies duplicating the jobs of the others, when they had issues of corruption and all this type of a thing, the government thought about setting up the EFCC and the ICPC. Now, those agencies were properly funded, while the agencies where they were sizing those organizations for were now deprived of funds. Also, definitely what you see that you are now duplicating agencies that are supposed to have, work in a collaborative way. So there are political derived from these things. I will skip some of them because of time, so I can allow the other people to. Mine is just to, develop a pathway on those issues that have to do, that are tangential, to interagency collaboration. What we do to enhance interagency cooperation in Nigeria. The security challenges, the most likely circumstances in which interagency collaboration is considered imperative span over quite a large spectrum. Nigeria internal security is threatened by heinous crimes consisting, among others, unbridled kidnapping, hostage-taking, violent crimes, robberies, insurgency, political and civil disorders. In recent times, the clashes between farmers and Fulani herdsmen has burgeoned into outrageous dimension. Herdsmen seeking grazing pasture for their animals are constantly in bloody conflict with their host communities. Religious clashes, that has diminished for some time. Crises resulting from sectarial intolerance, misunderstanding, or crass illiteracy. So insecurity along the borders is also another security challenge. So when you have issues of border security, one agency cannot take care of it. The immigration is supposed to be the people who will profile people who are coming into the country. Customs are also supposed to be there. The intelligence services are also supposed to be there. The military is also supposed to be there. So when you find a particular problem that requires, an intervention, you discover that one security agency cannot take care of it. So there must be that, cooperation. Even when you go to the airports, I'm sure, most of you who have traveled extensively, the conceptualization of the homeland security, that was what it was about. So if you go to their fusion center, it's as big as this room. You find all the agencies, sitting down there and watching, the television to see which crime is going to be committed against the homeland and which agency is supposed to mitigate, such crimes. So a lot of people, they usually say the military, they are presently deployed in about 32 or 33 states of the Federation. Even they now constitute roadblocks. As we were coming from Benin this morning, I saw them, they were putting wood on the road and all. Those things are supposed to be internal security management. But because insecurity has so heightened that there is this palpable fear in the minds of Nigerians, they have to come in. And there's justification for their coming in. Constitutionally, Section 21 of the Constitution states the function of what the military is supposed to do. And if you go to that section 217 again, it talks about military aid to civil authority and military aid to civil power, MACA and MAP. So those are their constitutional, authority that they have to intervene. But the question that most people are always asking, do their intervention solve the problem that they have come initially to come and, to come and solve? There are a lot of pictorial, of experiential things you can talk about. When they had serious problems in Jos, the military had to deploy to Jos. 10, 15 years after, they are still there. Operation Polo Sheep. Thank God the general is also here. The Niger Delta, when the Niger Delta was boiling, the military had to also come in. Till we speak, they are yet to solve the problem. And what the argument now is that when you take on what you are not specialized to do, the problem is that you tend to escalate those problems instead of dousing them. I told you that insecurity can be geolocated in Nigeria. We talked about the Northeast. The Northeast is the theater where the general also worked extensively, the theater where we have this insurgency happening. When the issue had reached a level that the police could not handle, they brought in the military. They brought in the DSS. So it was agreed that an interagency, cooperation should come and deal with the issue. Why the police, why the intelligence wing is gathering intelligence, the military is dealing with the issue, the police, which is civil, is supposed to be taking over the space that has been captured. And that the people who have been responsible in this wanton, loss of lives and killing of innocent people should be profiled, should be investigated and prosecuted. That is the conception of that interagency, this thing in the Northeast. But, it has also failed because the military, they have their own standard operating procedure. The DSS, they have their own standard operating procedure. The police, they have their own standard operating procedure. No one of them, will want to see this authority, to the other, to do what they're supposed to do. And if you look at the statistics of the number of prosecutions we have had in this country since the issue of terrorism started, you will discover that it is advanced with the number of arrests that we're making. So which means that something is fundamentally wrong in our interagency collaboration in dealing with issues of terrorism. There must be consequences for crime. If there's crime everywhere, let us accept that. There is no place where you don't have crime. But the difference is that in other areas where crimes are committed, the people are arrested and processed through the judicial system and punished. That is the only way you can use to serve as a deterrent to people. So of what use is it if we arrest 1,000 terrorists, put them in jails, and we are not able to compile case files, we are not able to arraign them in court, and along they break into those prisons and they are allowed to go. So which means that we are wasting a lot of efforts in our interagency collaboration and cooperation than we're supposed to do. So you allow everybody, all organizations that have their own areas of specialization, compiling case files, that is what the police are supposed to do. If you look at the statutory responsibility, this thing of the police, detention and prevention of crime, prosecution of offenders, those are the issues. The military is external, but I have just argued that the Constitution permits them to come in. But what we are saying is that how long do they stay whenever they come? Have they been able to deal with the issues that they are supposed to deal with? We were in a meeting once with the former President Jonathan. And when they were arguing to say some of these issues can be dealt with by the Nigerian police force, he told the minister, I said, no, don't say that. The DGDSS and Chief of Army Staff had told him that the police are not sufficiently trained because if they go to operation with them, they will shoot them. So you see, there's already a mindset. And that is from the most strategic level of governance. If a president can be saying that, which means that they have already accepted that you have an organization that does not have the capacity and the capability to deal with it. If they don't have it, why can't you jazz it up and train them? So interagency collaboration is very, very important. We should hold on to it. We should not allow it to slip through our fingers. But I must tell you something. Interagency collaboration, when it does not work, you can hold the people at the strategic level responsible. If the Chief of Army Staff, the IG, the Director of State Services, if they attend the same courses together, maybe at NIPS or the Defense College, you will discover that they have already forged a relationship from the training institution, or maybe the university here. Most of my colleagues, who we went through the university together, either in ABU or, Uniben, whichever service they were, when I was an IG, it was very, very easy for me to relate with them, because I could pick up a phone and say, oh boy, look, this thing don't happen. I beg, help me tell your boys, make them not go they harass police boys for, and it happens. So I think we need to encourage that, where we train together, both not only at the strategic level, but also at the operational and tactical level. That way, this issue of interagency collaboration will become more practical, will become more realizable. I just finished a training program for the police on election security management across the socio-political zone. And one of the issues that the civil defense people were raising, they say, you see, Oga, when we want to deploy for election, you have a constable or a sergeant, who is in our section, and you have somebody from the civil defense who is an ASP. He will want to send over the control of such a thing. There must be conflicts. So why not allow the civil defense man who has more rank, to do it? And the civil defense now too, they have now become an investigating body. And that was not the intent of the Constitution. And that if they even issue, security advisory. Sometimes when I read such things, I say, what are we doing in this country? So these are the areas where I think we should look at. Then we should also create a platform where I coined something among my staff. I said, there is social content to security, management. The social content is that, why, after I had this job, why can't the various police, army, why can't they meet in the mess and have a drink? If they invite me for their tombola, I will go there. The more you know them, the more it is easy to relate with them. So there must be social content to internal security management. So I have a 40-page paper, but I've spoken to the issues. So what I tend to do, I will give the paper to the university. Maybe we could, escalate the discussion. Okay, very good. A 30 minutes is not enough to talk. This is supposed to be a semester, okay? I think this is supposed to be a semester course, in the faculty. But the idea is that, ladies and gentlemen, the idea is that, you see, no one agency can do this alone. The only trophy at stake that all Nigerians, they crave for, they wish for, they hope for, is that there should be peace and security in their lives. Whether it is police, or whether it is DSS, or whether it is the military, Nigerians don't care. We just want to have security in our lives. And may we have security in our lives.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please, a round of applause again for Dr. Solomon Arasu. And that was for the very engaging and thought-provoking key address. Thank you very much. You agree with me that it was very cerebral. Is that not so? Please, a round of applause once again for him. Thank you. May I now invite the moderator of this next session, Professor Femi Olufimiade, who is the director of the Buratai Center. Microphone.
Can you hear me? All right. Once again, you are all welcome to today's program, and I feel quite happy that you are getting value for your time, looking at the response that you just gave to the keynote address. The next session now is to delve further into the theme of today by bringing in seasoned practitioners who have reached the pinnacle of their career and are engaged in security still in their various capacities. Among the discussants, 3 to set the ball rolling in this session. And I start by introducing Major General A.C. Nelson Williams, who, as earlier noted, is a retired Army chief and former Chief of Defense Staff of the Republic of Sierra Leone. He's also a diplomat who has served in Nigeria as High Commissioner of Sierra Leone, and is a friend of this university. Next to him will be our home Major General Dr. J.J. Ogunlade. In the military, they call him J.J. Maybe that sounds like somebody's initials too, that is very familiar with you. But in the field of battle, he operates like J.J. actually. He, as earlier noted, was GOC, a division of the Nigerian Army, GOC, yeah, a division in Sokoto. And he was also outside the country, serving as the first commander, multinational joint task force in N'Djamena and Chad, where he commanded troops from various countries collaborating. Multinational joint task force is about international cooperation. And last but not least, in this session is Mr. Mike Ejiofor. If you have been conversant with your TV in the morning hours, you will have encountered him from time to time discussing security issues. He is a retired director of the Department of State Security. I pray you don't have an encounter with them except you have a job being offered to you at the DSS. Because General Williams is out there, is in Freetown, where I know that the bandwidth is not free, I will give you the honor and privilege of addressing us first. He's an elder statesman now. General Williams, if you are there, kindly, if you can hear me, kindly unmute and let's listen to you. You can't hear me, but I can see him on the screen. Oh, really? Okay. Okay. I can see our benefactor and the person who made the dream of this center to come to life, a former chief, our ambassador to the Republic of Benin, General Tuko Yusuf Buratai.
Thank you.
You are well acknowledged.
Thank you very much. I'm glad to be here and I've listened to the lecture.
Because
thank you.
If you look at our program, he actually dressed like you then. So, but you are welcome, sir. Now, so we are going to go on with General J.J. Ogunlade. So, General, sir, you are invited on board to share with us from your wealth of experience practically and theoretically. Thank you.
I was asking how many minutes do I have?
Not
The-
less than 10 minutes.
Not less
10
than.
minutes, not less than.
Oh, not more than. The chairman, sir, our amiable VC, the former IG, let me stand on existing protocol. No, let me first of all comment on this existing protocol. It took me time. I think it was one Indian, the Indian ambassador to Nigeria was the one that made us to realize that this existing protocol is, is peculiar to Nigeria, and that they are adopting it too. So, good morning, gentlemen and ladies. The IG has said so much, and he has raised so many issues. The basic problem with cooperation between the agencies is the rivalry. Now, this rivalry is innate, as he said. It has to do with human beings. Each and every one of us, even personally, we always try to kind of protect our sphere of influence, especially our women folk. You see the way they guide the home and their children. They don't want any external interference. So it's this innate attitude that we into the governmental system. So it takes a lot of understanding of whoever is in charge to really know how to handle such situation. If the leadership is so much aware and you can handle the situation, seriously speaking, we do have less problem. The IG is here. It's not because he's here. Throughout his tenure, when he was in office, actually I happened to be in Kaduna. That was at the peak of this Boko Haram bombing. So we had to devise various means and methods. And sincerely speaking, the commissioner of police then was a fantastic officer. So the issue there is, if the square peg is placed in the square hole, you hardly see this rivalry coming up. But a situation whereby you put a square peg in a circle, you have issues. The army will be speaking a language, the DSS will be speaking a language. In most cases, the DSS and the military, we hardly had any issues. It's usually the policeman. So if the policeman that is involved most of the time does not have that inclination towards solving that problem, we always have issue. But when you have a fantastic policeman, everything goes seamless. And I can tell you, within a space of close to a year, we were able to do away with all those terrorists in Kaduna, because there was a lot of synergy. But immediately we left, there were changes. The situation escalated. I had a similar experience when I was in Gusau. We brought about virtually every issue that had been mentioned. So I was tasked to now form a new outfit for the operation in Zamfara. So when we sat down, I told them I can't do it alone. So we're supposed to be in DHQ. I said, no, we can't sit down here and just plan any operation. Every service must be involved. So we wrote to IG, everybody sent reps, including prisons. So we sat down, the military plan is on. Where it concerned the police, we asked the policeman, oh boy, how do you people do it? If this happened, this is your role? What do you say? Oh God, don't worry. This. The civil defense, the same thing. So at the end of the operation, at the end of the planning, I was just in my office. They say, okay, go and execute what you planned. Until date, that was supposed to be about the best planned operation. When we hit the ground running, we had the normal initial issues, because we have the intelligence outfit. The intelligence outfit is the richest in the history of Nigerian operation. DIA, NIA, DSS, police, civil defense, who again, everybody, they're all in that cell and they're all represented in my headquarters there, full strength. And in the field, each team has, we have the DSS, we have the civil defense, we have the police, we have the army. All of them, you hardly know whistle. They operate together. So this rank struggle or I senior you, all those stuff were removed. A situation where a policeman is the most senior, he takes charge. So we place a military man close to him who will guide him when the situation is trying to get out of hand. He too, he knows and he respects them. So the respect was mutual. And within 90 days, which I promised the CDS, we have reduced the situation in Zamfara from, let's say, 100% to 30%. But most of our problem is political. It's highly political. So I now want to address what the IG said about, the military. Let me state clearly, the military were trained to contain external threats, the enemies of Nigeria. We are not trained to spare people, we are trained to kill. Now, when you are enemy of Nigeria, you are not in Nigeria. So you don't have value for your life. But here you are, you now ask us to carry our training and use it against our own brother. And that's the only training we had. So what are we going to do? So unfortunately, human rights comes in, human left comes in, human center comes in. So there was a paper I wrote when I said they use human rights to hold, we hold our gun with the right hand, isn't it? So the human right hold our right hand, we have to now use our left hand to shoot. So how do you want us to succeed? We can't. So there are a lot of restrictions, too much prognosing, human right, too much. In fact, you'll be distracted in the field. We have situations where we have to do other agencies' job. As a commander, my responsibility is, okay, Boko Haram, they're here. What's my job? Clear the place, kill all of them, and move forward. Now you get here now, you saw children, you saw women, you are restricted, you have to replan your operation, you have to be more cautious. In the process of being cautious, you are losing men. You are losing men, so what do you do? Now, when you even extricate these women and children, who takes charge? It's not my responsibility, it's not our responsibility. It's another agency's responsibility. But to hand them over to that agency, they will not even be around to take them. So what do? We now be distracted, yet now have to protect these women again, which is another distraction. So that's why you see that we have various camps where all those Boko Haram elements that we arrested, we have to now cater for them. We have to feed them. And such is not even budgeted for. And it's not our responsibility. You see a situation where you make arrest because you don't want to carry out extrajudicial killing. You will go and hand over the man to the nearest police station, DPO. DPO will appeal to you, say, Oga, it doesn't have facilities to take these people. Say, if I doesn't have money to feed them, so Oga, I can't take them. Or sometimes you hand them over, the next time I see them back on the street, or they go back to the bush. So there are a lot of constraints and challenges. Then another thing I realized that, some of our colleagues, they are not well grounded in their responsibilities, especially at the lower level. At the higher level, there isn't much problem. But at the lower level, a lot of our colleagues are not grounded. So when I interact with a lot of them, some even go beyond, beyond their responsibility, but they don't know because they are so used to it. So when you ask a man, this is your responsibility, he doesn't even know that is his responsibility. So it's a very big challenge. So for us in the military, when you see us not really performing, you should see that our hands are tight and we don't complain. So this problem is not peculiar to Nigeria, as the IG said. It's a worldwide problem. Even while I was in N'Djamena as the multinational joint task force, I have troops from Cameroon, Chad, Niger, and Benin. Unfortunately, we are the only English speaking among them. They are all French speaking. So you can see ganging up. And we're the one heading them. So they cooperate, what else can I say, among themselves against us. Why we are the one funding the operation. But because of the experience we have back home, we've learned how to navigate, such difficult areas. So they are highly political too, which we have learned one or two things. That's what helps us. Because when we want to operate, you see a situation whereby we need them because they have some things that we don't have. So we have to be diplomatic in how we now bring them around to do one or two things. But that rivalry is still there. The Cameroonian man want to claim glory that is the one that achieved make us to achieve success in any of the operation, the Nigerian man, and the others, I don't mind. We give them the accolade and everything they want, but let's just achieve what we want to achieve. So, how my time is not, sir? Right. Okay. So there are so many issues, as the IG said. Especially the one about loyalty to service. When you have a joint operation, in most cases, the participants are more likely to tend towards their agency. Just as IG said, the man gets information, instead of giving it to his immediate commander there, before of us send it back to his commander back home, before the commander on the ground. So I had a similar situation too. The intelligence cell that I say I have, fantastic cell. They're everywhere. They just call me from DHQ that, what is happening in your place? Say, what is happening? What is happening? Say, no, we just got a report. This is, I can't get a report. When we're on the ground, I don't have the report. Say, no, they just said one CTREP. Who sent CTREP now? Who signed it? So, and I have to make them to understand that we are not witch-hunting each other. If you had any intelligence report that does not emanate from me, it's null and void. So it cannot work. If you send somebody here, he's supposed to work with me for us to achieve our aim here. So it's not for you to send to you and start castigating. So until when I do that, they now have to block all those boys that whatever they want to send to me, I must be the first. They must give me the privilege of the first hearing. And on any situation, if they get a report and I did not get it first, they'll be in trouble. That's when all the loyalty and system, everything now changed. Sometimes I have my own means of getting the information too. So even when they send it back, I know I have the information too, but I will play the dump. So, and the man is loyal for him to be loyal to you, except he's pushed from his headquarters. Because his administration, his promotion, everything still depends on that headquarters. So for you to be loyal to you, in fact, loyalty is always where his interest lies. Yes. So the way to actually mitigate this is the national security strategy has to come out clearly. where there's going to be a task or there's going to be an operation, just that's how we do in the military. In the military, we have Navy, Army, and Air Force, depending on which operation. Really, depending on the area of operation. If you are going to operate in the water area, for instance, the Navy takes the lead. And when the man is leading, the rest of you are supporting. So the man is in charge. You don't argue, you don't discuss. Whichever task he gives to you, you do. So you have no excuse. You don't argue with him. So until when that is properly well spelled out in the national security strategy, honestly, we'll still be chasing shadows. Then secondly, the leaders should be held responsible and accountable. If an operation fails, all the contributors to that operation should be held responsible. If that is done, you will see that virtually everybody will work towards the success of any operation. Otherwise, because of that rivalry, you cannot rule out sabotage sometimes. You see this service trying to undo this one trying to undo. And another issue has to do with the leadership. If you have the right leadership, seriously speaking, most of these issues will whistle up. When the IG was in office, so it's not because you are here. Your period was, well, since I was born, I wouldn't know, but since I joined the service, your period happened to be the best throughout my period in service. You led the police with knowledge and character. So your period was devoid of sentiment and all those chronism that we experience sometimes. And if that can be done, if the right squares can be placed, square peg can be placed in square, honestly speaking, it's going to be seamless. Right now, what is obtainable is that we are doing away with all this rivalry. At the highest level, the service chiefs, they meet from time to time. They meet at the CDS house, 12 a.m., 2 a.m., see them brainstorming. They take decisions together and they share a lot of intelligence. So they now ensure that percolates down. So if they can come together at their level, so those behind them, they make sure that they comply. So that's why we're achieving a lot of success. And I can tell you now that in the last 1 year, a lot has been achieved. And if the momentum is retained as it is, I can assure you before middle of next year, some of this insecurity will be eating out the past. Thank you.
Thank you very much, General Ogunlade. You have not disappointed us. And you have demonstrated that you are indeed an operational officer. Thank you so much. Now, the next speaker will be Mr. Mike Ejiofor, who is here with us. I've introduced him earlier. He's a former director of DSS, who is into private security consulting. You are welcome on board, sir.
VC, management and participants. Good afternoon once again. It's a privilege being here and making contributions. I want to make some observations based on the opening remarks of the VC. Any operation, any security challenges that you want to have without intelligence or intelligence component is bad to fail. When you first introduced the board in your office, I made an observation, but I didn't know. I thought maybe it was a mistake. Then you came here and introduced the board, excluding the SSS. I don't know whether it's deliberate or it was a mistake. So no, I'm talking of the board. So if they're in the board, because they were not introduced, and I don't see why they shouldn't be introduced. And that brings me to the issue of, to inform the management. You need to collaborate with the National Institute for Security Studies. This is a school that involves all the stakeholders, both in intelligence and policy making. And when you finish that course, Executive Intelligence Management course, involving all the armed forces, the police, all the paramilitary, you are entitled to do 3 months course in Masters in Security Studies. It's a 9-month course. So you need to collaborate with them because they don't admit people from outside. They mainly get the major stakeholders. So having said that, and the NIST also helps in promoting interagency relationship. When I retired from Abia in 2010, we discovered that the prison, the SSS, and the police were all products of National Institute of Security Studies. So we work together because we are trained together. So that's part of the training. It's very, very important. Now I go to the keynote speaker. I would have just said, I will adopt all you have said. In the 70s, if you remember, there was this very cool, I think K70, where they say nothing more to add. That was the advert. So nothing more to add. And that also brings the issue of a student who was not prepared for his examination. So during that period, we have this religious knowledge. And every year, you get this as a banker right on the life and times of John the Baptist. So everybody will prepare that one as a sure banker. On this year, this particular year, they now said, write on the lives and times of Jesus Christ. And the man looked at the question and said, how can I write on the life and times of Jesus Christ? Instead, I'll write on his forerunner. And he started writing on John the Baptist. So in effect, he set a question for himself, and you know the outcome. What I'm trying to say is that the former IG has virtually laid a very good foundation for us. The intelligence, I want to make a correction on intelligence sharing process. I was privileged to be a director in 7 states. And I relate one-on-one with the CP. I write directly to the CP, and that is the standard procedure. You write to the CP and copy your headquarters that this action, it's not that you send to the headquarters and wait for them to give you directives. It's not done that way. That will waste time and make the information stale. And any intelligence that you have that is stale is of no value. And that is why we need to collaborate very well, very well. Now, for your information, a lot of people, even when I'm on television interview, I tell them, there's a difference. Some people will tell you Department of State Security, Department of State Services, State Security Service. Since participants are here to be enlightened, the body established by law is State Security Service. I correct journalists even. The body established by law or created by law is State Security Service. And the correspondence address or cover name is DSS. That's Department of State Services. I hope that is taken so that you don't make the mistake again. Now, I want to be, fortunately, I have a paper which I will also give to the management. So let me just speak to the paper. what are the sources of rivalry between agencies? Involvement of the military in internal security. Like the general said, their duty is to kill, not to maintain internal security. The body specifically charged with maintenance of internal security is the Nigerian police. I will buttress this. The Chief of Defense Staff, talking about recently at a 21st Century Chronicle roundtable, said that today, close to 70 to 80% of our troops are on the field all year round. And I think we must begin to reshape it. That is the Chief of Defense Staff. This was a Punch editorial of March 22. A situation whereby military is deployed to 36 states for internal security is problematic. Though internal security may necessitate military intervention, but in a democracy, the military ought to subordinate to civilian authority. Thus, military units are supposed to assist police in this case, but that is not what happens. They're everywhere, like you rightly observed. You see them on the road, on checkpoint. Initially, they were not collecting money when they were deployed, but they're now collecting money on the road.
What a correction. They're not collecting money.
Yeah, they are collecting.
No, they are receiving gifts.
So this brings rivalry between the police and the army. Although they are separated, but you see that friction. Now there's quest for political recognition. The IG in his keynote address, the civil defense now issues security advisory. That is not their duty. So there are these overlapping functions, not clearly defined functions of the agencies. So because of overlapping functions, they want to please everybody, including the SSS. They want to please the political masters. So it becomes a problem. Who handles it first? Police would like to take credit. SSS will say, we produce the intelligence. You recall the deputy speaker said he received 44 intelligence reports. Then why were they not handled? Some of them will say, well, don't mind, this is not true. It promotes rivalry. And the military have been involved in several joint operations. When you come with them, they want to be at the head because they say they are the oldest. So this conflict is always there. Who heads? The SSS normally recruit graduates and they go for operation with a corporal or non-commissioned officers. Police will want to take charge. The other man will say, I'm a graduate, I'm on this rank. But the SSS knows that they will not subordinate themselves. So all this is also brings friction. Rank structure and superiority and inferiority complex and what have you. Now you look at mutual distrust between the agencies. You have some areas in terms of salary structure and organogram. This service is more paid, army is more paid, police will say, we are in charge of internal security and we are not being properly paid or taken care of. You have poor mentoring of young officers. Poor mentoring. It's very important because you see the conflict is normally between at the junior rank. For the senior officers, they have little or less problem because although you must see where CP and the director SSS or commissioner of police have differences, personal reasons, not because of the service. They want to promote this their own decision. So when the officers are not mentored, there's bound to be this friction. The nonchalance or negligence by security chiefs and stakeholders is one of the causes. Then cover-ups. When your officer offends the law, you want to cover him because And the other people say, you see, series of cases. Since I have the people, I don't want to go through it. Series of clashes, starting from Port Harcourt and all this. Instead of punishing them, they will hide the officers. You remember Wadume's case? Now, obsolete laws. These are laws need to be reviewed to properly define the function of, although there's no way you can completely remove rivalry, but when specific laws are made, that some of the laws establishing some of these security agencies are so obsolete that there's no way you cannot have a over reacting of the officers. I've talked about disparity in remuneration and welfare of staff. Now, what are the solutions? These are my opinion. I think we should look at this. Good reward system. You must make sure officers are protected in terms of welfare and reward. Standardized problem solving approach. There must be standard operating, not when the SSS is saying a different thing, police is saying a different thing, army is saying a different thing. I think the former president, Goodluck Jonathan, attempted to remove that problem by having a joint committee to issue information. Army will say, we have decimated, decapitated. Police will say, we are there. Come and take over. Police will say, we cannot take over because the place is not safe. So these are issues that now you have a reduction of military-centric. We cannot continue in a democracy to see that military will solve our problem. Create employment, create jobs, reduce areas of discontent within the society. There's no matter how armed we are, we cannot solve our problem. Now you look at joint operations. When you have joint operations, there must be a standard operating procedure to the officers involved in that. They should discard their rank when coming for operations. Then disciplinary procedure must be taken against erring officers. The intelligence sharing, I've talked about that. There must be proper procedure for sharing intelligence, and not just sharing intelligence, but sharing it in good time so that it will be used. And the officers or the other agencies who have been given this intelligence must do strictly with it. I'll give you an example. Look at what happened at Kuje prisons. A lot of reports were written. There's no issue of whether there was intelligence. But the other agencies like the police and the prison do they have the capacity to deal with all this issue? A whole medium security, there is no camera in the whole of that facility. So how do you expect them to work? So funds are very necessary in terms of getting all these people to be effective. Then coordinated media reporting. You see the Minister of Information reporting on military activities. What do you know about the war? What do you know about what is going on? You say, I think he was the person who brought this issue of decimated and technically defeated. So joint training is good too. Like I said, when you have the National Institute for Security Studies, where you have officers from various places, I'm sure maybe if you get the DG to approve a slot for you, I'm sure I think it will be considered so that you have your own resource persons. Now, I want to conclude. There's no gainsaying that the military and other security agencies have put up a good fight against insecurity in Nigeria, but a lot can still be done. They said for interagency cooperation, we must have a way, we must move away from rhetoric to implementation of standard measures. identify innovative ideas aimed at fostering lasting team spirit among the actors in the security sector. I'll conclude in the words of the DGSS, the present DGSS, YMBG, while addressing a forum of spokesperson of security and response agencies in Abuja in April 2019. According to him, each agency must bring its wealth of experience and comparative advantage to complement the effort of others. No single agency can do it. We must all coordinate and come together. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Ejiofor. You have not disappointed us at all. On this note, I want to invite General Nelson Williams. General, are you with us? If you are with us, kindly unmute. I invited you earlier. Okay, we are yet to hear your voice. I can see you waving.
Are you getting me?
Yes, we just heard your voice.
Okay.
Okay, let me thank you for finding the time to join us. Like I said earlier, General Williams used to be the Chief of Defense Staff, which is the highest office you could hold in the military in your country, or indeed anywhere. And so we are privileged to have you. And he was once in Nigeria as High Commissioner of the Republic of Sierra Leone. So, General, you have not less than 10 minutes to speak. We are eager to have a comparative perspective on the subject matter regarding your country, Sierra Leone. You are welcome.
Thank you very much. All protocols observed. First to start with my experiences when I was on ECOMOG peacekeeping force. Peacekeeping and peace enforcement. Believe me, there was proper collaboration because we had one goal in mind, one mission to achieve. I've never seen that happen, even in my country. So whether you be Nigerian, Ghanaians or whatnot, we'll work as a team to achieve that. In fact, later on, when I became Chief of Defense Staff, the police IG and myself, they will tell you there was no soldiers on the streets. We were kept at bay. I kept my men. It was the police who was doing everything. But sadly, of late, when I came as an ambassador from Nigeria, I saw both. They were also conducting searches, organizing traffics and everything, much to my dismay. And in fact, what happened on the 11th of August, the security apparatus got the information about a month of planned demonstration. What did they do? They did not do anything. In fact, the thing started, the people, they started with sit-at-home strike for 2 days before they started peaceful demonstration. And then the police opened fire. And then in the process, after they have killed a lot of people, the vice president was around, they declared McPhee. And much to my surprise, even when they declared McPhee, you see the police and the military together, and the police was opening fire. So you can just imagine. Going back to the main speaker, the keynote speaker, he mentioned about corruption. And the other military man talk about answer time. I think the problem is leadership. Leadership, because if you are talking within a democratic concept, you need to talk about the rule of law, you need to talk about separation of powers, and then the power of the people. When you rule by law, it's quite different in a society. How can you say you have anti-corruption where it is selective? When to other people, then, I mean, the law and everything is weaponized against your opponents. That doesn't bring peace. That doesn't bring stability. That doesn't bring investment. That doesn't bring anything. So the rule of law is important. I can tell you of all the IGs there now and the CDSs, they will tell you at times their hands are tied because there's not you can do. That is the element we should look at. Also, I believe that if at the strategic level, when you have the leaders who can allow the military to rule, even when it comes to promotion and appointment, then I think there's the problem. We have the National Security Advisor. But what happened when you saw all these things going on? You got advanced knowledge about 1 month ago that these people that would demonstrate, and it was peaceful demonstration. What plans did you put in place? What arrangement did you make? There was nothing of the sort. So what I'm saying is that even you look at when you are talking about this interagency collaboration, you even have to look at the legislature, because the keynote address speaker said that people were taken to court and then they were released, or they were not charged, or you have the military. So even between, because the 3 arms of government, the legislative, judiciary, and the other one is that you have to checks and balance between one group and another. Does that exist in our society, within a democratic dispensation, whether in Nigeria or in Salon? That doesn't exist. And what about the people? You need people, the people. When you are talking about security, you cannot run security all by yourself without getting the people involved. These are the people, the market women, these other people, the drivers, the Okadas, and all these people. They can gather intelligence for you. But are we bringing them on board? Do we respect them? What are we doing with these people? How can they join in this thing? You cannot say, one of the speakers said, we do not know everything. Nobody has monopoly of knowledge. So some of these people can be used. So if we get collective security involving all sectors of the people, even the type of laws they are making, I think that one will be good for not only for Sierra Leone or Nigeria, but for the entire West African. Because even when it comes to border security, we need to work as a team. We need to work as a team. Even when you check the naval people, if let's say we are chasing a terrorist inside the water, when we from Sierra Leone, if we go into Guinea, will they allow us, or do they say that is their own territory? So these are part of the collaboration, both nationally and internationally. I think we're on the right track. The mere fact that you have started to create the awareness for people, I think that is the step in the right direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, General. We are going to entertain a few questions, but before we do that, let me just do what I may call a quick summary of the key points in what the 3 speakers have said so far. Starting with General Williams, I think my takeaway from his contribution is that political leadership is the very foundation of interagency cooperation or non-cooperation. They are the ones who will delineate appropriate boundaries. He mentioned the fact that the police recently had their job being constrained by the involvement of the military, which wasn't the case hitherto. And in an attempt to prove their mettle in a peaceful operation, a demonstration to which they were jointly deployed, they shot a lot of people. I think we're all aware of that. And secondly, he also made it clear that we shouldn't limit our horizon to interagency cooperation when we think in terms of security agencies or the military alone, that the people are fundamental. And I agree with him, because the people have more intelligence than all the security, military, paramilitary agencies combined. As a matter of fact, none of those agencies operate without having informants among the civil populace. And therefore, he is telling us that cooperating with the populace, making them friends of the agencies, rather than creating an adversarial boundary, is also very vital to the promotion of what we term interagency cooperation. Mr. Mike Ejiofor, in his own case, one of the key things I picked from him is that when he was in service, he observed practically. Okay. General Buratai, Ambassador Buratai, we have taken note of the fact that you intend to make a contribution, and we are going to call upon you first. But let me just wind up what I'm saying. Now, when he was in service, he has served in 7 different states as director DSS. He noted that his own intelligence sharing was quite seamless. He will avail the state commissioner of police wherever he was serving with available intelligence, and at the same time copied the DSS headquarters in Abuja. In other words, he didn't create a vacuum whereby by sending his intelligence first to headquarters, the damage had been done before he gets any directive to share. So I think that particular point is something that we need to interrogate further. Why is it? Is it that there is a standard operating procedure in the DSS that makes that possible? Or he was just exercising his own initiative? Now, General Ogunlade, in his own case, said something very important, that when you put the right pegs in the right holes, you put a round peg in a round hole, a square peg in a square hole, and not the other way, you are likely to get less of frictions that are hampering smooth interagency collaboration. He mentioned the fact that while he was in Zamfara, he had this planning to contain the bandits done ab initio in collaboration with heads of other agencies that were in the state. And of course, the final clearance will come from his bosses at the army headquarters, who will then tell him, go ahead and implement your plan. So in the execution of his plan, he was able to obtain good outcomes. He said he's called himself 70%. And you know, in academics, you all know that 70% is what? A. With regards to the Inspector General of Police, he made one critical point that caught my attention. He said that, in effect, that there should be a clear delineation of functions, even at the level of interagency cooperation. And how did he make this point? He said there were occasions where criminals were arrested and they are kept there in the prison, not processed for the courts, and they remain there until their colleagues who had been itching for a way to get them out actually broke into the prison and let them out. We civilians have also been asking the same question. All these arrests, thousands of them that we'll be hearing, how many have been taken to court? So his point is very, very vital, that in joint operation scenarios, whereby maybe it's the military that arrested some people and they refer them to the police, do the police even have the capacity to handle such people in the first place? Or they take them to the prisons is there due effort put in place to ensure that those who should take them to court liaise to do so? On this note, I want to invite our patron, benefactor, and a distinguished faculty member of the Buratai Center, Ambassador General T.Y. Buratai, to make his remarks. You are welcome, sir.
Thank you, the moderator. I want to really appreciate the university beginning on my chair here, and I listened to everything that transpired. I want to acknowledge the Professor Ezemoye, the former IGP, my good friend, JJ Ogun, and Ejiofor, my good friend. Let me also acknowledge the general from Sierra Leone and stuff. Well, I have just a little contribution. And of course, the audience whom I have seen very large, and the attendance is very representatives of the Controller General, Customs and Immigration, and all the rest. Is very encouraging. Well, I want to make a little contribution, irrespective of what the key said and the discussants and other contributions. I know I have participated very well in interagency, even operations as a young officer when I was in service. And I've seen the cooperation and collaboration. And this topic, enhancing national security through interagency cooperation, is quite timely. And I commend the initiative of the Vice Chancellor and, of course, the Director, the Buratai Center for Contemporary Security Affairs. It's quite timely, and this is what is required. But let me just add this contribution, that we shall look at interagency cooperation in various levels. The first level should be at the strategic level. And this strategic level is key. And it should permeate down to the operational level and the tactical levels. These are very important. And I know IGP Arase spoke very well, eloquently in respect of at the strategic level. And this is very important. I'm happy I had worked with him briefly before he left. And you have seen what transpired at the beginning when we started marching against the Boko Haram terrorists in the Northeast. That coordination was very glaring and very conspicuous, and it really helped. So at the strategic level, the level of the service chiefs, Inspector General of Police and the Department of State Services and the other agencies are very key. At that level, we've never had any problems. That understanding is there. He points that training, is very key, very important. We have trained with several other, senior officers in the police, and we interacted. And whenever we had problems, we communicate seamlessly, and issues are resolved. At the operational level, it's also very critical, but it's very important. And this is where the planning takes place. And all commanders, all the agencies are key, and they should be represented. And in this case, the police has always been the lead agency in terms of internal security. All these are to coordinate and ensure that internal security and the policing duties are conducted. And all other agencies should rally around the police, just like the general elections that has been conducted over the years and the ones coming. Everybody should rally around the police. They have very good intelligence, they have good spread and reach, which will be very important. in ensuring national security. When you go to the tactical level, that is the commanders, the commanding officers, the units, the DPOs, also they need to work closely, they need to collaborate. And that's where the importance of regular training, regular exercises are key. As you remember, when I was in service, virtually every quarter we held one exercise or the other. And all the services, all the agencies are involved at the tactical and the operational level. And this has really played in stabilizing a lot of areas in terms of security. So I advise whatever communique you will come up with at the end of this roundtable. I think joint training is key, to internal security, and it should be regular, not just one-off. And the service chiefs, Inspector General of Police, and other agencies should be advised to do that regularly. It's key, to enhancing security, performance, and capacity building. So once again, I want to thank the initiative of the center and the university for this great round table. It has been quite enlightening and educating. I want to congratulate the keynote speaker and all the contributors. Thank you, Professor, and God bless.
Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate your contribution. Any other remark from the members of the audience or questions? Okay, okay, we will delay further commentaries till we take the rest of the speakers on board. Right here we have the representative of the immigration, DCIMM Fage. Quite timely, and this is what is required. But let me just add this contribution that we can look at. Interagency cooperation environment. The fourth level should be at the strategic level. At the strategic level, okay. The ball is in your court. Yeah, we want your take on the subject matter.
Okay, sir. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, sir. Good evening, sir.
That coordination was
the Vice Chancellor, sir. The Director,
your audio is poor.
Sir, okay. Yes, sir. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Okay, sir. The piece, sir. All protocol observed. As introduced, sir.
Come close to your device. Move close to your device so that we can hear you properly.
Okay, sir. The introduction. I have had all the members of contribution that was said by all my seniors, sir.
What audio?
And the introduction of my own presentation or my own observation. One, it is no longer news. Nigeria has been battling with the transborder crime, which poses a serious threat to its internet security, ranging from kidnapping, armed robbery, insurgency, bombing, abduction, and expatriate forcing, human trafficking, child labor, drug trafficking, gender-based violence, economic cattle rustling, herdsmen, and farmers conflict, oil bunkering, money laundering, among others. These activities constitute a threat to global and humanitarian imbalances as they affect the socio-economic development and managing the image of the country as Nigeria is daily impressed based on transborder crime and other organized crime. First of all, you need to know what is the mandate of each organization, more especially I need to mention some mandate of the Nigerian Immigration Side, which was the statutory function of the duty. One, the Nigerian Immigration Service is a government agency that has been charged with the responsibility of overseeing migration to in Nigeria. The service under Section 2 of the Immigration Act 2015 as amended, not the following statutory functions. One, control of persons entering and leaving Nigeria, either Nigerians or non-Nigerians. Two, issuance of travel documents to bona fide Nigerians within and outside Nigeria. Issuance of resident permit to foreigners in Nigeria, living in Nigeria. Border surveillance and patrol, like air and the sea. Enforcement of laws and regulations with which we have been directly charged through monitoring and the inspection of companies employing expatriates.
Controller, sir.
Excellent.
Controller Fage, your audio is very, very poor. I want to suggest that send me your presentation by WhatsApp. I will try to share it. It can even be displayed on the screen. And in the wrap up, I'm going to pick your salient point from there. It's been difficult. So we thank you very much. The representative of the Controller General of Customs, can we have your presentation?
Thank you very much. Can you hear me, please?
Yeah.
Good morning to you all.
Good morning.
Yes, my name is Emma Cialu Lawrence. I'm a Deputy Controller of Customs. I stand in for the Controller General of Customs. Well, let me start by thanking all the speakers so far who are very experienced senior colleagues. Though retired, but not tired, I can see from their discussion, from their presentation. I want to say they have done justice to today's topic. However, as a center in an embryonic stage, I am of the opinion that I should read what I've prepared. It will serve as part of our materials for takeoff. I have sent it already to the center. I hope it will be printed and then circulated. Enhancing national security through interagency cooperation. Let me start this way. Cooperation and collaboration among security agencies of Nigerian government is vital, it's very key, and of paramount importance to national security. Nations all over the world, they seek to ensure the safety and economic development of their citizenry through the effective utilization and convergence of both tangible and intangible instruments of the nation power. Cooperation and collaboration, I'll be focusing on custom, which is where I am currently. Cooperation and collaboration among the customs and other agencies of government is therefore of great importance because loosely or poorly managed border posts, particularly when there's no harmonious relationship among security agencies of government, hinders effective discharge of custom duties, intelligence services, and also negatively affect the effectiveness of our other agencies. Evidences abound on the existing disunity among the army, the police, the immigration, and other security agencies in Nigeria, while criminal elements exploit the cracks within us to conduct their illegal businesses, thereby constituting national security challenges and lead to shortfall in revenue generation of the customs. Thus, there is a need to examine the importance of interagency collaboration and cooperation in the Nigerian Customs Service, as well as other agencies. We need to look at the factors occasioning the rift among custom officers and other security agencies operating along the border post. The inherent challenges as well as the implication of interagency collaboration and cooperation on national security. It cannot be overemphasized that a major menace to issue of border security in this global era, particularly in Nigeria, is border porosity, thus encouraging all sorts of cross-border or trans-border criminal activities. Hence, one of the major activities of responsibility of a nation is the extent to which it optimally controls its borders through adequate coordination of the various security agencies. The fundamental problem of border insecurities and challenges in Nigeria has been linked to institutional fragmentation, intelligence, and non-coordination of policies between and among security agencies. These challenges are real and must be urgently addressed for border security management to be effective and efficient. Therefore, interagency collaboration and cooperation is an imperative code for effective border management and national security, as the level of cooperation and collaboration among the various security agencies is a major determinant for national security achievement or failure. Interagency collaboration and cooperation has been in existence for a long time, but operates at levels of task force and working committees, bringing together some national agencies to combat specific problems, and they are usually short-term oriented as they are disbanded at the end of the task. I'll give you an example. Recently, we had the Joint Border Task Force, comprising of the customs, the army, the police, the immigration, the Navy, and other agencies on the recent border closure of this present administration, which is almost closing up now because the mandate for which they are set up is almost concluded. Also, we have the Joint Task Force, the JTF, comprising of other security agencies and local vigilantes on the current banditry and kidnapping ravaging the country. Now, let us look at the interagency collaboration and cooperation situation in Nigeria. The federal government ministries that are active in security-related matters in Nigeria are the Ministry of Finance, the Labor and Productivity, Interior and Health, etc. While the agencies are the Nigeria Customs, the Nigeria Immigration, National Commission for Refugees, National Population Commission, National Planning Commission, National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons and other related matters, National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, and the National Agency for Food, Drug Administration and Control, etc. These agencies and ministries, they cooperate with several existing intelligence agencies and units in ensuring national security. For instance, the National Bureau of Statistics, a parastatal under the National Planning Commission established by Decree number 12 of 1992, is saddled with the responsibility of storing and disseminating data to the public and government respectively. The National Population Commission and the National Bureau of Statistics are expected to coordinate, they are expected to collaborate and share information on activities relating to national security, as well as migration in accordance with their legislation, mandate, and regulation. However, I must say, evidence about that these agencies only function passively. The Nigerian Customs Service performs its statutory function with the assistance of other sister agencies and ministries. As a result, custom-related matters that confront other agencies are referred to Nigerian Customs for investigation and enforcement of custom laws. For instance, the Defense Intelligence Agency, the DIA, and the Nigerian Police, they work with the Nigerian Customs on matters related to arms and ammunition smuggling that constitute pervading menace to the Nigerian national security. The Nigerian Navy works with the Nigerian Customs in the maritime domain on matters of smuggling of prohibited items, while the Nigerian Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLA, they work with the Customs on matters related to drugs, seized, and intelligence sharing in related matters in their area of operation. The collaboration between Nigerian Customs and other agencies has paid off so much in the area of intelligence gathering, intelligence sharing, and protection of criminals. The recent briefing on seizure made through the Nigerian Customs Service in Lagos by the Controller General of Customs, Colonel Ahmed Ali, retired, over 196 sacks, weighing 17 tons of pangolin scales, as well as 870 tons of elephant tusk and other prohibited items, as reported in the National Dailies on August 4, 2021, was affirmed to be effected through collaboration and cooperation with various agencies which yielded credible intelligence to the Nigerian Customs. Also, collaboration with embassies of the UK, the US, Germany, to stamp out deforestation, depletion of wildlife, and indiscriminate killing of endangered species have yielded great results. Also, the synergy between Nigerian Customs and the Nigerian Navy. The then Commander NNS Beecroft in 2016, Commander Abraham Adaji said, and I quote, "The role of the Navy within the creek is to complement that of the Customs, especially at the maritime domain." This, the Naval Commander said at the joint presentation by the Navy and the Customs of boats carrying imported rice and 26 jumbo bags of cannabis, worth over 100 millions at the Tafi Island above Badagry to the Customs, which were later handed over to the NDLA.
Okay, sir. Kindly start rounding up so that we can take the last speaker.
Yes, I actually wanted to look at the factors responsible for this occasional rift among the security agency, which has been spoken so much about. The interagency clash was first reported in Port Harcourt in Nigeria in 1977 between personnel of the Nigerian Police and the Nigerian Army. Since then, it has not only become repeated, but over the years involved military and paramilitary organizations in Nigeria. Some of the causes of this rift have been attributed to incompatibility of the aspiration and goals of the parties involved. When the parties involved have divergent interests or views regarding a particular issue, rift and conflict are bound to arise. Resolution to a conflict by a group conflict by the groups is always problematic because the resolution that satisfies one party to the conflict may not satisfy the other. Also, group conflicts often have their causes rooted in the perception of one group about the other. The cognitive orientation directs the definition a group gives to social life and in fact directs their action and inaction with such group. The cognitive manifests when a group stereotypes the other through a false notion that a group develops about the other group. The belief and stereotype that groups hold about each other play a crucial role in intergroup conflict, which largely is applicable to the issue of interagency rifts and conflicts in Nigeria. Now, we have the inherent challenges. We have an implication of this interagency collaboration for and cooperation for national security, which are multifarious. The term national security refers to all matters pertaining to the protection of a nation state. The implications are both paradox and prospective. In conclusion, this presentation has to a large extent examined the internal interagency collaboration and cooperation between and among agencies of government and their individual role in the struggle and protection of national security and interest. One cannot but agree that most of the government agencies are performing credibly well in their individual roles and capacities, as shown in the degree of understanding and cooperation as demonstrated among the few examined and enlightened in the course of this presentation, as well as the presentation from our keynote speaker. The vivid evidence of high degree of understanding and cooperation as demonstrated among government agencies so far in this presentation not only show the level of collaboration and cooperation, but also sends a warning signal to both foreign criminals and that may want to come and operate in Nigeria, and Nigerian criminals that may want to operate in this country and escape to foreign land, that there's no place to hide from justice. Furthermore, the 2003 agreement signed between Nigerian government and that of Benin Republic largely opened the way for the setting up of joint border security patrol task force made up of security personnel from both countries. The efforts by Nigeria to do the same with other neighboring countries show seriousness of purpose in the side of government and the readiness on the part of Nigerian security personnel to carry out their duties effectively. At the same time, there is a need to suppress interagency rivalry for the promotion of national security in Nigeria, as it is the major hindrance to interagency cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
We appreciate you, and we are glad that you have a written lecture, more or less, to share with us. As you forward it, I think you forwarded it to my email. We are going to do justice to it as an academic community. Now, I will invite the State Commandant of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, who is present with us here, to speak, and he will be the last speaker. After that, we can have some exchanges with the audience. Thank you. He also has not less than 10 minutes.
The Vice Chancellor, the keynote speaker, the coordinator, Kutai Center, other senior security professionals on the high table, ladies and gentlemen. I came here with the compliments of the Commandant General of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, Dr. A.A. Audi, MNI. I feel so happy finding myself in this class of professionals to talk on this topic today, enhancing national security through interagency cooperation. For the fact that I'm the only one on uniform on this seat, I want to go a different way. Yes, I want to talk on the situation as to enhancing national security through interagency cooperation. I want to start by the definition of national security. This is the concept that government should protect the state and its citizens. To enhance is to improve. And then security is people's relative feelings of being secured. If I'm to ask you a question, I will ask you, are you well secured? It doesn't need an answer. Then interagency cooperation is mutual relationship between two or more organizations for mutual goal achievement. Now we come back to the situation. I want to say that the first major attempts by the Nigerian government to respond to the threats that you are finding in the nation and what is making you feel that you are not safe is the development of the national counterterrorism strategy. National counterterrorism strategy. This strategy has outlined what each security agency should do to ensure that you are safe. To further implement or for ease implementation of this strategy, policies have been developed, doctrines have been developed. One of the doctrines is what I call the National Crisis Response Doctrine, which was launched by the president just last month, specifically on the 12th day of August, 2022. That is when the National Crisis Response Doctrine was launched. In this doctrine, the role of individual agencies in terms of response to crisis, which may be hazard or threat. What I mean by hazard, anything that can cause death or bring danger through natural occurrences or accidents are the things I refer to as hazard. Or threat. Threat has to do with malicious intent. Situation that people will carry maybe gun and spray, as what you've been hearing about, gunmen attack, kidnapping, arson, ritual killings, maimings, and other terrorism acts. So this doctrine has been developed to respond to all that. And then in this doctrine, from time to time, simulation exercises have been conducted in the nation, which I have participated, where all the agencies are pulled together. The military, the police, the DSS, the NIA, and other security agencies, including health services institutions. Health experts are there. The information communication experts are there to ensure that you and me are being protected. If there is any crisis, for example, when we had the COVID-19 pandemic, that doctrine was put into play, it was activated. When we had the NSAS protests, that doctrine was activated at the national level. And then whatever is happening at the national level is to be cascaded at the state level and the local level. In that doctrine, whenever there is conflict, resources from the military, the police, the NSCDC, other agencies are pulled together. And when they bring their resources, the different capabilities are classified. Supposing if you have response for the dog kennel, the organizations that have dogs for use maybe in detecting bombs or whatever, they are pulled together. Any military that has dog components, the police, the NSCDC, they work together. The agencies that have tactical teams, response teams, they are pulled together. The ones that were meant to carry out coordinating, they are pulled together. The intelligence services are pulled together. The reason is to enable them respond together, displaying their different levels of capabilities. That has been in place in the country. I want, for the fact that this institution wants to go much into research to enhance security in the country, as you are seated, I want you to maybe Google JESIP, J-E-S-I-P. If you Google now, you see what we call Joint Emergency Interoperability Principles. From time to time, I want you to be reading that there's an app for that JESIP. It is a practice in the United Kingdom, which has been introduced fully into Nigeria. Look at that, get that app in your phone. From time to time, you look at it. Another thing to effectively implement this doctrine was the development of policy on preventing and countering violence extremism. If you look at that policy, it has a whole of government, a whole of society approach, which means that it is a pool of all security agencies, including you, your friends and others, everybody is involved. A whole of government, a whole of society approach. Now that we are talking about interagency cooperation, you have a feeling that maybe it is only security agencies that are being spoken about. I'm trying to tell you that you have a role to play. The doctrine that I was trying to introduce to you says, working together, saving lives, reducing arms. You have an intelligence to give to security agencies, then you have been advised, you have been encouraged to give. As a security agent, there is no point of discriminating. Introducing rivalry has been spoken much about. Come with your brain, come with your capabilities, come with your equipment, show what you know. This is the only way to succeed in providing security to Nigerian citizens and protecting the state as a whole. I want to also let you know that in Nigeria, we also have what I call National Risk Register. National Risk Register is yet to be launched. It points out the threats, the challenges, the troubles, one by one. And as they are listed out, these challenges are assigned to different security agencies to respond to. So it's now left for the individual agency to now carry out their training, pull resources together, and ensure that when it happens, the response goes according to this crisis response doctrine that has been signed by the president already. Enhancing national security through interagency cooperation. All these that I'm telling you cannot be achieved without agencies working together. There's what we call interoperability principles. There are principles that have been laid down already that pave way, just a window to how agencies could function together. In different aspects of response, what we call standard operational procedures have been developed. If these procedures are followed strictly, the situation will change. There are procedures for communication, there are procedures for armed response, there are procedures for intelligence. It is on ground. All these things I'm not supposed to mention, but for the purposes of research, I want you to take note of it, of them, and go into them one by one. I came with a paper, but had decided not to present this paper for the purpose of presenting this situation to you. I am telling you that this policy, these practices, these doctrines have been practiced in Nigeria. It is left for each agencies to go cascade this doctrine to the personnel of the different agencies. When once it is put to use, we are going to achieve our goal. International organizations, international security organizations, the United Nations, they are into it. They have come here into Nigeria. All the agencies have been trained. I am believing that this doctrine shall be practiced. That is the situation. But for this and all that I've told you again, this paper I will leave. I had with me in this paper reason for interagency relationship benefit. There are benefits for working together. There are hindrances.
Thank you, sir. You can wrap up now.
Thank you.
We've really enjoyed you. And just say a last word in conclusion.
Okay, if I want to conclude by calling on agencies, by calling on Nigerian citizens, students involved, your friends, everybody, you have a role to play in Nigerian security. So work together, support, give information, and then the sky is our limit. Our troubles will be gone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, because your paper actually is revealing and quite educative. Hearing of things like National Risk Register, the fact that there are standard operating procedures for communication among the agencies, for emergency response and all the rest of that. It's reassuring to know that these things are in place, and you have made a point that it's up to each agency to ensure that in terms of training and accumulation of resources to abide by these standard operating procedures, they are up to the task. Now, back to the floor. If you have any comment or a question to ask, we are willing to take it now. Two here, two at the other side. And I hope that two will come from members of the faculty and two will come from students, hopefully. And hopefully we will have one or two ladies among them. So this way.
My Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, and other team of management, the keynote speakers, and all other senior security agency present. I'm Dr. Usas M. Ajayi, Student Affairs Unit. First and foremost, I want to appreciate the management for this very essential topic or issues brought today, because issue of security has been a very essential issues that affect everyone in the society, not just the society alone, even to the downtrodden. So I'm very much impressed today to be part of those that partake here. And the keynote speaker, former Inspector General Police, Dr. Solomon Ariase, you have done justice to today's topic. I'm very, very much impressed. During the course of your lecture, you made mention of something. You said one of the issues that are affecting or bedeviling this national security is as a result of, having our hands tight. That is from the political elite, or maybe from the top political top class.
To bottom.
But sir, knowing fully well that security issue is an essential issue, and those top political elites know that they are not, threatened, because it is the less privileged one that always have these, security issues, especially when it comes to affecting them at the downtrodden. So, sir, even though the hands are tied, how do we help to handle this issue? Thank you, sir.
He's asking how to cut the rope, tying the hands. Any other question again?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
When you talk of gender equality, I think it should also include response to
I'm a
this
MSc
type of,
student, Department of International Relations and Strategic Studies. My questions comes like this. I want to know the role civilian citizens can play in enhancing interagency cooperation in Nigeria, knowing very well that. Okay. Then also, number 2 question is this. Is there any established law that can guide or perhaps protect civilian citizens that give sensitive information to security agencies?
The VC, all protocols observed, because people have been standing on the protocol, so it must be tired by now. So let me just start my own listing. Just few comments, because I captured all the things the speakers, the points they made. My name is S.C. Azbike, and I'm representing the Chief of Defense Intelligence, Major General S.A. Adebayo. So I am extending his greetings. So I won't talk much because everything has been covered. But however, I want to thank the person that made the keynote address, Dr. Solomon Arase. I met him last when I was a member of the Defense National Defense College. You know, you presented a paper, isn't it? Bordering on creation, police, creation of, state police. I threw a question to you at Abacha Hall. You remember? Aha, okay. Just to do that link. Then also, I want to also greet my colleague as well, Mr. Mike Ejiofor. So I'm a member of also course one of Executive Intelligence Management course. So I'm wearing 2 caps, or 3, 4, or 5. So on this note, I want to also make about 1 or 2 points because all have been covered. When you talk about the rivalry, Mr. Michael Ejiofor threw more light on what are the sources of rivalry. I wouldn't like to bore us on that area, but I want to go to straight to the point. What do we do to ensure that our national security is enhanced through bridging the gaps or things that can cause rivalry? The keynote person that addressed us here mentioned the issue of you must look at it from the strategic point of view, tactical point of view, and operational point of view. All of us are Nigerians. Then what are the elements of national coherence? Or you can say in another way, patriotic zeal of a country. Those things are key because it is a two-way issue. The government does its own, citizens do their own too. So when you balance these two, then the rivalry they mentioned here, I just want to re-echo it. The person that made the keynote address said that rivalries can come when there is no joint agreement between public and private agreement. For instance, this university now has co-opted every person here. So there is need for both public and the private partners to enhance their cooperation. So it's not one-way affair. Then when you come to human security as well, it's very, very key to achieve national cohesion. For instance, there are certain things that people need that should be provided. Education is number 1, human security, law, and so on and forth. So I think that those things we have to factor them because that is why we are doing research here.
Thank you, sir.
So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other question? Okay, on this note, I will ask the keynote speaker to respond to the questions directed at him.
Thank you very much. Dr. Sass, you talked about the political will, and you can link that up to what our colleague from the civil defense mentioned about the counter-terrorism strategy. Everything that we are talking about, today, they have been articulated and well documented. They are there. They are nothing that is novel. The only problem that we have in this country is the political will to implement them. All this one that we have said today now, they are all there. We just hope that we'll be able to have the will to implement most of these things. Otherwise, I was discussing with the Vice Chancellor. We're talking about how knowledgeable, and deep, fertile minds that we have in this country in terms of, the human resource that we can bring to bear on these issues. But it's you can be hardworking and you don't get to the peak. I hope you know that. It takes the grace of God to get to the peak. So let me leave it at that. So for rivalry could be positive and negative. You don't co-share if you don't have anything to share. You know, so that I was always telling my officers, I say, you see, the problem when you blame DSS, oh, they are trying to hold information, and this one they are taking over your job. What have you got to put on the table? You don't just wait and take everything, hook, line, and sinker. You must have something that you have to share. And since society is becoming knowledge-based, our law enforcement officers, all of police, we should learn to, and that is why this school is very, very important. This is your faculty. So that those who don't have the opportunity to go through formal education, they can come in here and get some bookish acquaintance with what is happening. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I don't know if Mr. Michael Jofo has any comment to make. And
yeah, on the question raised by, I think this other guy, on source protection. Most people are reluctant to give information to security agencies because they claim when they give information, at times some of you are turned suspects to come and prove your information. But from experience too, we have seen that if it has cause to settle with somebody, you go and give malicious, unfounded information. And when you are asked to prove it, you say, we will not give information to the police again. Somebody talked about, it's not because he's here, Mr. Arase. He was AIG intelligence, and all his operations during his tenure were intelligence driven. And he made it a policy that his operations are intelligence driven. How can they be intelligence driven when you don't have the confidence of the members of the public? So I always emphasize that the Nigerian police, because they are closer to the people, must develop that practice of building the people's confidence. It's difficult. You see, police is your friend. Is it not what they say? But when you get to the road, you know whether police is your friend. IG will give instruction, don't do this. And they'll still do it. How do you now differ? But I think this present IG is trying to work on that by disciplining erring officers. So you are encouraged to give information. If you don't give information, you still suffer the consequences of not giving that information.
Thank you, sir. Any closing remark from General Ogunlade?
Thank you very much. I will just respond to that question about what the IG said about documents. Gentlemen, we don't need any new law, any policy, any document. We have more than enough. I say again, we have more than enough. Our greatest problem is impunity and lawlessness. If this country, we can just uphold the law, in the next 5 years, we'll be competing with China. That I can assure you. But we are lawless from top to bottom.
Top to bottom, yes.
So how do we go about it? We are talking of information. Okay, if I have the information, do I have the capability to respond? That is one of the greatest challenges that we have. We are here now. They will say there's an armed robbery, or maybe one full animal is killing some people in the village here. What can we do? Except if I carry my men, and supposing my men are not here, what can anybody do? Go and call the DPO. The man is handicapped. So the major issue is, even if they give the information, do we have the capacity to respond? So our major responsibility is prevention. But most of the time we are reacting. We are supposed to prevent all this occurrence. And the greatest challenge we have today is that we are not solving the problem. We are only reacting to the problem. What are the major causes of this insecurity? Nobody's talking about it. So all they just want is the military or the security agency just go there, and solve the problem. Meanwhile, they are creating more problems. So that is why our effort is not being appreciated or being shown. I'll give an example. Before now, the crisis we have mainly is in the Northeast. When the banditry was evolving in the Northwest, I met the Buratai personally, sir. We cannot allow ourselves to fight war in two fronts. We cannot afford. We cannot afford fighting war in two fronts. Let us nip this thing at the board. What happened now? We are containing insecurity in two fronts now. Meanwhile, even the one earlier that we are trying to contain, we have not succeeded in doing it. Now it has spread to the Northwest, the same resources. So what do we do? How do I achieve results? So the greatest challenge really has to do with governance.
Thank you, sir.
No, just one moment. Let me this for enlightenment. Okay. One of our greatest problem is that the people are ahead of the government. The government is supposed to be ahead, leading, but you see that the people are ahead of the government. I'll give you an example. Go around our cities, our villages. It's after you have built your house for about 30 years. That's when the government will come and start turning the road. Or come and start, in fact, that's when government will start showing presence. Look at the business environment. 75% of business in Nigeria are informal. They are not registered, they are not known by government. So how do they contribute to the nation's development? So there are a lot of issues that need to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I thought when he said the people are ahead of the government, I thought he was talking about a situation where in neighborhoods, nobody waits for police before they erect the community gates and hire vigilantes, whether police patrol comes or not. Now we go to the concluding part of the outing, which has to do with the presentation of plaques by the Vice Chancellor to the speakers. Those who are not physically present here, rest assured that both your letters of appreciation and plaques will be available. For those of you in Abuja, it will come to you shortly. And those of you not in Abuja, in other locations, it will also come to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor, for performing that responsibility expertly. Thank you very much. As we gradually come to the end of this program, I wish to invite the University Registrar and Secretary to Council to give the vote of thanks.
the Vice Chancellor, sir, and Chairman of this session, the keynote speaker, Dr. Solomon Arase, former Inspector General of Police, His Excellency General T.Y. Buratai, I don't know whether he's still with us, former Chief of Army Staff, and Nigerian Ambassador to the Republic of Benin currently. Other distinguished speakers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have come to a very, very successful roundtable. I'm sure you'll agree with me. Very exciting and productive. I think we should, for this purpose, give ourselves a round of applause, please. The keynote address and the discussions that followed were very insightful and thought-provoking, and we have all benefited from the discussions. To this end, our gratitude must first go to Almighty God for making this possible and for ensuring the success of this event. As always, we would like to thank our beloved Vice Chancellor, Professor Lawrence Ibichukwu-Demaye, for his unique role in directing the organization and successful conduct of this roundtable. Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir, our gratitude to you eternally. We owe our keynote speaker, Dr. Solomon Arase, a huge debt of gratitude and profound appreciation for making our time to be with us. This time again, to share his very invaluable insights on the subject matter. We must thank other guest speakers and discussants, namely Major General J.J. Ogunlade, Major General A.C. Nelson Williams, all the way from Sierra Leone, who spoke to us through Zoom, Mr. Mike Ejiofor, former DSS, M.M. Fagi of Immigration, the Deputy Controller of Customs, Lawrence Maswale, and last but not the least, Dan Samuel Okon, the Commandant of the Civil Defense. I don't say command. You have simply been wonderful. Of course, I must add that your contributions have added Philip to this event. I also want to thank the moderator for moderating well, Professor Femi. We thank you so much. We want to thank the provosts, deans, and directors who are present here. We also want to thank the press, the students and the staff. Without you, there will be no table, not to talk of the round table. So I thank you very much for coming. On this note, ladies and gentlemen, we want to draw the curtain here and thank you until we meet again. God bless you. Pray, closing prayer.
May I invite Usman Aliyu to say the closing prayer, please. Please remain standing for the closing ceremonies. Usman Aliyu, please, for the closing prayer. After that, the university's anthem and the national anthem. Thank you.
In the name of Allah, the most beneficent, the most merciful. Oh Allah, we thank you for this gathering. We thank you for bringing this program to a successful ending. We thank God for this country and pray that all what we have discussed here today, may God Almighty Allah restore the security that we are lacking in this country. May He restore the safety of ourselves, of our property. In the name of Allah, I pray. Then we pray for all the participants here today to return to the various destinations in peace. بجاي فاتحة بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين.
Thank you, Usman. Aliu of the News Agency of Nigeria. The University Anthem, please. The national anthem. Please remain at your position as the Vice Chancellor leaves the auditorium. There will be group photographs outside. Please, photographers, stand by.